And hello there, and welcome to Sable's WorldForge. Doesn't look like we have a huge crowd today, and that's totally fine. It's been pretty busy around here, and quite frankly, it's okay. I can just get started doing some writing and work on stuff. I'd like to thank, let's see here, since the last time we set this up, I'd like to thank Valerie's26 and Muse Garden for the follows. Welcome to the channel. Normally this is my show about World Anvil and world building, and as usual, that is actually the focus. So if you have questions about World Anvil or about world building, or you want to discuss the Flash Challenge, or you want to discuss your world meta, or the assignments for World Ember Prep, I'm all for that, and we can do that in the breaks and whatnot, but otherwise I'm just going to get some writing done. Sable, I have a question. Did you get my report from yesterday, says Siobhan. I don't know, Siobhan, but I will check, because I can do that. Just a moment here. Good thing I left Discord up, because that's where the link is. Alright, let's have a look. Yes, it is day 8 of NaNoWriMo and the Game of Tomes here. People have really taken to it. Things have been kind of exploding. It's pretty exciting. I'm just having a look at these files to make sure that Siobhan's Game of Tomes report came through. Of course, it's taking forever to load because I'm streaming. This looks like your document, Brianna. Mollusca, your name, the 7th, reports for Mollusca from Milady Writes and Author Goddess. Does that sound correct? No, it's not your problem. That's fine. I appreciate checking in, actually. I see Aaron's been slogging away there in the background. Good work. He's catching up. Just letting you know, the Night King is gaining some ground today. So, you know, we might want to do some work. Why is my hair always sticking up when I go on screen? It's fine when I, you know, get it all ready in the bathroom, and then I go on screen and I always have these, you know what, little sticky out hair bits. I hate it. It's just my personal vanity, I guess. It's the headset? Yeah, probably it contributes. Alright. Well, yeah, I got your report. Seems to have gone through just fine, so no worries. Yeah, mine seemed to hang up for a few long minutes yesterday when I submitted it, and I wasn't sure it went through either for several seconds. I'm not sure. Maybe we were all reporting at the same time. Yeah, no worries. Thanks for checking in. I appreciate that. We want to make sure the results are as accurate as we possibly can. Okay, so my total today. Let's see here. I'm not on the right screen. There's the right screen. Provided it finishes loading within a reasonable amount of time. Oh my god. You know, I shut down everything else too when I go live, so I'm like, I don't know why it does this. Okay. So as of this moment, I'm at 20,172 words, which for me is a phenomenal personal record, right? Usually I am barely holding on to par at this point, which is 13,336. So I'd really like to thank everybody who's participated in the Game of Tomes for inspiring me and helping me to, you know, really be motivated to get this, you know, get this happening. I'm also really enjoying my book at the moment. I'm in kind of a climax point. Yeah, push out those words. That's right. Will you be writing with us today, Siobhan? Are you feeling better? I hope you are. Everybody has crappy days, and I sympathize. I do. And sometimes, you know, you just can't make yourself do it. And I guess it's hard to be motivated when you've already finished Nano, which is another thing to report. There are 3 people who have finished NaNoWriMo now, right? We have Siobhan the writer, she was our first. Chrysalia was the second, and Coffee Quills did it like a day or 2 ago and didn't think to announce it to the universe because apparently, you know, since they're trying to do like 4 nanos as their personal goal, they didn't consider this important enough or something. Also, Chrysalia actually finished the book they were working on for Nano yesterday, which is well beyond the NaNoWriMo word count required. I think it was something like 66 or 70,000 words by the time they were done that they had written in Nano, and I'm pretty sure they're a rebel, so I think they started the book earlier, but awesome, right? Let's see, what else do I have to report? Yeah, I still don't have today's totals in because Darth Nicholas is not awake yet. But as of this moment, the current grand total is 509,580, and we have not processed yesterday's reports yet. So, Siobhan says, I'm feeling a bit better. I may try to finish the scene, which caused me some issues. Well, do it, because I'm here and, you know, we can support you today. Oops. Oopsie. We should not be looking at that. Oh well. That was not bright. Haha. Oh well. Hello, Masadi's. Good to see you. How goes your writing today? Thank you for putting up the sprint lobby, by the way. Masadi's has a sprint lobby going. Chrysalia will not be streaming tonight. They have already said they kind of need a break. I don't blame them. They're probably exhausted. So we will find something else to do. So one or the other of us will put up a sprint lobby. If I'm not sure yet what time Darth Nicholas is streaming this week. If he is back to an evening schedule, then we may start later tonight. So we shall have to see. Something here quickly. What time does Chris stream at? Chris streams at, look at the calendar here. If I'm right, let's see here. 2, 1, 12. You start at 3, right, Siobhan? So Chris would start at midnight Pacific, if that is correct. That would be 8 a.m. Monday, UK time. Yeah, I figured as much. Of course, you'll be off by then, Masadi's, no problem. Masadi says, writing goes good and no problem. I'm going to keep it up during the days on the weekends. It helps me get stuff done. Excellent. That's excellent. All right. Let's get to work, shall we? I'm going to put up a sprint screen here. I'm going to put up my manuscript where I am. I I've been having trouble vlogging my brain awake all day. Let's hope that we can actually get something useful done here now that we are on stream and people are watching me do it. Alright, ready? And go. Oh, I hear a dingy thing. Oh, thank you very much for the subscription, the resubscription there, DM Stretch. Good to see you. Yay, I know it's been like, I can't believe it's already been 4 months since summer camp either, eh? Just... Much appreciated, DM Stretch. It's really helpful when people support the channel. Thank you so much. It's really awesome. Really cool. Yeah, I'm supposed to have a sprint going, but my sprint timer isn't up on... Oh, there it is. I moved it. That's right. Why did I move it? Oh, yes, because the Undead Horde thing is there when Aaron is on stream with me. So, okay. Okay, DM Stretch is off to do his shopping, and he is taking off. Hello, Dragon Love Water! Good to see you! We just started a sprint here. Do you want me to do your critique now? Dragon Love Water was doing some mercenary work for House Lapin, and I owe a critique as a payment, which I shall be happy to do. It would be awesome if you were in the mood for it right now, because then we could, okay, that's great, that's cool. That way I can do that while we're still getting into the rhythm of the writing. Feel free to pop the link in the chat again, and then I will check it out. And, of course, feel free to write while I talk, guys. That's totally fine. And thank you for your service to House Lapin, by the way. The bunnies appreciate you. I need a shirt that says Mother of Bunnies. I've got my Mother of Dragons shirt on. I don't know if you caught what I said there, Dragon Love Water, but if you put the link in the chat, I'll get started on your critique. Sadie's is lurking. Probably lurking in writing. In the meantime, I will get some writing done while I wait for the link to appear. Alright, check and see. Does that work? You hand typed. Should work fine. Alright, let's have a look. And I'll count those words towards the next sprint. Spell check nano. Okay, so I'm not editing, I'm critiquing. Okay. November 1st. The moon is big and bright against a haze-filled city sky. A large group of figures stand chanting around several dead goats and one still, horribly still, young man. You do realize you're not using a bunch of capitals. I know I said I wouldn't edit, but it's, you know, just saying, right? There's no capital here at a large group. There's no capital at the chanting slowly. It's just something I noticed, so I'll throw it out there. The chanting slowly begins to get louder as the group starts gesturing along with their ritual. You need a comma there somewhere, either after, yeah, gesturing along with their ritual. Yeah, comma. And a hair-raising feeling passes into the decrepit apartment complex like a weather front, causing the dark billowy clothing the chanters are wearing to billow. Let's see, that is a very long sentence, A. You should probably find a way to break it up. And B, billowy clothing billows. That's, come up with a different word for either billowy or billow. Either way. Dark flowing clothing, maybe? Okay. The already tense feeling in the atmosphere becomes more pronounced as the coordinated raving reaches an apex, and a leader in the group shows themselves by breaking off from the rhythmic noise of their compatriots to call out loudly in a begging voice to thin air. Again, a really long sentence. I would break it up like this. The already tense feeling in the atmosphere becomes more pronounced. Period. The coordinated raving reaches an apex. Period. A leader in the group shows themselves by breaking off from the rhythmic noise of their compatriots to call out loudly in a begging voice to thin air. And I put a comma after themself. As this continues, comma, the air above the young man suddenly seems to shimmer with mist. Comma again, as if an invisible cold hand suddenly plucked the liquid from the air and pushed it into a single mass. I like that. That's a very nice phrase. I get a very good image there. Really clear. Silently, a shape stretches out of the mist and fills the area in the midst of the circle. I would just say fills the circle myself. Something you might want to look into is a concept called active voice. I don't know if you've heard about it, right? Active voice. Let's look it up, okay? Because I can't really. Active versus passive voice, right? Passive voice is often used in encyclopedia articles and stuff like that, and it's generally the best voice when you're writing for World Anvil because we're designing it like a wiki. When you're doing prose, active voice is generally better. You take out filter words that distance yourself from feelings, right? Okay, just catching up on the chat. The November 1st is just me keeping track of the day I wrote it. Okay, fair enough. I've done zero editing other than minor spelling fixes. Fair enough. And Kelgadora is here. Welcome back. He says, I'm going to try and stick around for longer this time. Becky's daughter, Portia, is coming over with a friend to share a J with us. Well, have fun. That's great. All right, active versus passive voice. Active voice is used for most non-scientific, or it shouldn't say scientific, it should be more like academic, right? Active voice is used for most non-academic writing. Using active voice for the majority of your sentences makes your meaning clearer for readers and keeps the sentences from becoming too complicated or wordy. Even in scientific writing, too much use of passive voice can cloud the meaning of your sentences, right? The entrance exam was failed by over 1/3 of the applicants to the school. The action is performed upon the sentence subject, meaning this sentence is passive, indirect. Over 1/3 of the applicants to the school failed the entrance exam. This is an example of the active voice because the sentence subject performs the action, right? So here are, examples of that, right? And then sentences in active voice are also more concise than those in passive voice because fewer words are required to express action in a passive voice or in an active voice than in a passive. Action on the bill is being considered by the committee. This passive voice sentence is less concise than its active voice counterpart shown below. The committee is considering action on the bill. This active voice sentence requires fewer words to communicate the same idea as the passive voice version. So I'll give you this link here, right, so you can check it out and kind of explore this concept, right? Because that may help some of the things that I am critiquing. And don't feel like I'm singling you out with that because I am terrible with passive voice, especially everything tries to urge you to write everything in active voice now, right? And I don't think that's appropriate. I think passive voice often works better when you're doing like a wiki article, right? But when you're doing prose, yes, you should try to aim for passive voice, unless it would confuse your intention and meaning by not using it. Okay, now that I've thrown that out there. As this continues, the air above the young man suddenly seems to shimmer with mist, as if an individual cold hand suddenly plucked the liquid from the air and pushed it into a single mass. Silently, a shape stretches out of the mist and fills the area in the midst of the circle. I'd say fills the circle, right? Active voice. As the leader raises their voice to offer their sacrifice, the thing visibly shudders. I put a comma there too, right? As the leader raises their voice to offer their sacrifice, or you might consider, now we're talking about active and passive voice, right? I guess that's fine. Actually, I can't think of a better way to do it. Well, cries out, offering their sacrifice, maybe, I don't know. The thing visibly shudders, period, new sentence. A blood-curdling, sobbing noise echoes into the night. Actually, a blood-curdling sobbing is what I would say, right? Because here what you've got, a blood-curdling sobbing, right? These are both adjectives that describe the noise, right? You should pick one adjective to use to modify a noun. I have a problem with this. I often overuse adjectives and have to chop them in the edit, right? So if you want to still get the feeling of the sobbing noise, right, then I would just delete noise and use sob as your noun in that sentence instead. A blood-curdling sob echoes into the night, and the circled figures drop like empty puppets. The sobbing continues. I think that flows very nicely, actually. And there might even be words, but the voice is too alien to discern a language, increasing in volume until it's a horrible din. Okay, some breaking up here. The sobbing continues, suggesting words, right? But the voice is too alien to discern a language. Period. It increases in volume. How about it becomes a horrible din, right? Because a horrible din already implies an increased volume. You don't really need to say that it's an increasing volume and it's a horrible din, you know what I mean? Suddenly the wail of a police siren splits the air and the sobbing shape falls silent. Okay, suddenly the wail of a police siren splits the air, period. The sobbing shape falls silent and slips away through nothing, leaving the still young man alone in a room of corpses. I like the repeated still, even if that was a typo. It suggests a poetic repetition, and that's cool, right? You're emphasizing the fact that this man is horribly still. I don't even know if he's dead per se, but it suggests that he is, and that he died in some creepy way. which is cool. I'll just, since we're at a break, I'll check the chat to make sure I missed it. Heal, don't be slacking. Natalia already did that. You're too late. That's great. Oh, hydrate. Thank you. I'm sorry I have no hydrate. I have to drink coffee, but I will drink it. Hail hydrate. Thank you, Moon. It actually does help. So get those word counts in. If you were writing during the sprint there, I'm going to continue until I've finished Dragon Love's critique here. Circus says, evening all, going to get comfy with tea and stuff, and then I'll join you properly. Hail, zombie, welcome. Fun fact, blood does in fact curdle, says Heal. Yes, actually, it's an interesting thing. If you make blood soup or something like that, right, which is something that has been made in a variety of different cultures, you actually have to include stuff that prevents it from curdling while you're cooking it. Just saying. Chris is in the house. The Feathered Monarch is here. Welcome. 173 words for House Caraptera from Siobhan. Good to see you back on the horse there, mother of bats. Dragon Love says you're not supposed to know yet if he's dead or not. Excellent. That's good. I caught there that you didn't commit to the idea that he was dead. You said he was in a room full of corpses, and that suggests he might be something else. I like that. That's good. Chris, shouldn't you be sleeping by now, says Heal. And Chris says, fasting today, so I woke up to eat. Legit. Can understand that. 133 words for House Lappin from Calgadora. Thank you very much to House Arachnus. It changes perspective here. Yeah, okay, fair enough. And Chris said I had a caffeine crash yesterday, so feeling better now. That's good. Yeah, and Heal says I too eat at night. Ah! Angstaze, welcome and thank you for the raid. Good to see you. How did your writing go? I kind of drifted out because I had to get ready for this, so. But it's good to see you. Okay, I'll get on with it here. I'm doing a critique for Dragon Love Water as a mercenary payment. Water dripped onto the forest floor, comma, leaving a smell of sky and musty leaves to be stirred up from the mulched ground. Again, that's that passive voice thing. I might go, water, don't worry about it for Nano, by the way, okay? Because you'll get more words this way, and that's good for Nano. Do this in the edit. Wait till at least December, and maybe January so you have time to do World Ember, okay? Right, but, water dripped onto the forest floor. A smell of sky and musty leaves stirred up from the mulched ground as Mitchell stirs up from the mulched ground. Past tense and present tense here. We've had present tense previously, so I assume you intend this to be in present tense. As Mitchell shuffles about looking for salamanders. Period. A particularly large drop lands smack dab in his dusty brown nest of hair. Period. He shivers as it runs down his neck. As he kicks another pile of decomposing brown foliage, comma, a flash of red catches his eye. Period. He bends down to investigate. It's a feather. Period. The top is an inky black, and I would start a new paragraph here. It's a feather. The top is an inky black that glints purple and blue in the patchy lighting. Nice. Period. He turns the feather over to see a rich red color, comma, cut by 2 green and yellow stripes. Brushing his fingertips down the feather's shaft, he notices an odd texture that, with a closer inspection, proves to be a small lump of cartilage-like material. That is perfectly clear. Yeah, you gotta edit this for tense, but you know that, I'm sure. Let's see, how would I do that? You don't need any of that in the middle there. Brushing his fingertips down the feather's shaft, he notices an odd lump of cartilage-like material that is perfectly clear. You don't need the closer inspection proves to be odd texture. Right, we can tell because he's running his fingers down the shaft that it's bi-textured if he detected it. And the Dragon of Productivity says it's time to get back to work for those of you who are sprinting. I might start a new paragraph here too. Mitchell carefully pulls a large sketchbook from his backpack. Gently slides the feather between two empty pages. I like that image. That gives me a real textural sense, a visceral kind of sense of the feather. That's good. And puts it away again. Another drop falls. I'd start a new sentence there. He reaches up to brush it from his eye, but you can put and. Another drop falls, comma, and he reaches up to brush it from his eye, comma, but his arm pauses halfway, comma, realizing that he has no clue where that feather has been, and for all he knows, the strange clear growth on it is some rare poison mushroom. Okay, that's a very long sentence again, needs to be broken up too. Another drop falls, period. He reaches up to brush it from his eye. Perhaps, comma there. But his arm pauses halfway. Period. He realizes that he has no clue where that feather has been. Period. For all he knows, comma, the strange clear growth on it is some rare poison mushroom. He starts back towards the neighborhood, comma, hopping over a creek on the way and scrambling through the roadside ditch onto the sidewalk. His watch says 10:43, comma, so his mother will want him home for lunch. And comma, and Carson would be done helping at his brother's workshop. Period. He would come over for the rest of the day, most likely. Comma before the most likely. Dark clouds froth overhead. You're trying to keep it in present tense, right? Yeah, a good point too from Heel. There isn't cartilage already clear. You may not need the clear cartilage either. Okay, going back to what I've missed here. Antaze said, I think I got 17 under 45 words in all. Excellent work. DM stretches back. Welcome back. We are critiquing Dragon Love Water's article as a mercenary payment. Heel says, I almost accidentally blocked you, Angstaze, in my attempt of trying to tell you not to be slacking. Dragon Love Water asks, do you save your streams? If not, can someone save a clip for me? Yes, I do save my streams. They are VODs for 2 weeks, and they end up on YouTube, on my YouTube channel after that. Right? Just search Sable Erodia on YouTube and, channel, if you like, and you'll find it. Right? So, yes, you will be able to find this. Right? Yeah, DM Stretch, we need to get back to work. How's your nano project coming? And bad pun from Heel that I'm ignoring. I think I'd rather be blocked, says Eggs, which is great. Rather than being told not to do slacking. Siobhan says, have you considered the historical references for how the fantasy armor came about and the rise of it? DM Stretch says, we're working on my one-shot today, done roughly 600 words in my stream. Words were hard today. Yeah, no doubt. I found them hard this morning, too. Very well then, says Heel. Now you are. Excellent, says Angst. Okay, yeah, Dragon Love Water says Mitchell is supposed to be a kind of junior naturalist. Yeah, I get that feeling. Moonflower Writer says, it's going alright. Been handwriting exclusively in typewriter font lately, though, and I have never hated a lowercase a more. Wow, I cannot imagine bothering with that kind of work for handwriting something. Good for you. Anastase says, I switched to handwriting a double story when I started teaching Teach Your Child to Read in 100 Easy Lessons. And Heel says, that was a perfectly good pun. Okay. Whatever you say. No, actually, it wasn't bad. Okay. Back to the work here. Dark clouds froth overhead. Period. Mitchell picks up his pace so he can try to outrun another summer downpour, which was looking more futile as he went. Period. He started to pull out his umbrella. We don't need as he went. He was so busy with his struggle, or he starts to pull out his umbrella. Right? I'm still assuming you want to keep it in present tense. He's so busy with his struggle that as he rushes around the corner, he slams into someone going in the opposite direction. Period. They both land in a heap and actually skid a few inches. Levering himself off the other person you have of, but fair enough, Mitchell crouches and realizes that the person that he has run into a girl his own age, who is now bleeding from an impressive scrape on her elbow. Sorry. Thunder grumbles. Sorry I wasn't looking where you were going. Period. Do you live nearby? I could walk you home. That scrape looks nasty. Yeah, nasty is one way to put it, but I live a good ways down the road in the next neighborhood, so don't worry about it. The clouds light up briefly and let out another rumble. Period. Okay. New paragraph. If he were to leave a girl several miles from home in a thunderstorm, bleeding from a scrape he was responsible for, his mom, ... Capitalize every word in this phrase, and you may want to consider, just capitalize every word in that phrase. Operation invite girl to use house phone to save my sorry skin. All of that should be capitalized, because if you're going to name an operation, then it's a proper name, right? Like Mitchell or Vancouver, So, Operation invite girl to use house phone to save my sorry skin begins immediately. Okay, knowing all this, how this is going to pan out here, and you're going to say something else. Whenever you have a new speaker, you need a new paragraph, right? So you need to break these up. Nasty is one way to put it. Needs to be separate from, the next neighborhood is a ways. These both need to be in separate paragraphs. I would break it up here. I would put this all on one line. Nasty is one way to put it. Live good ways down the road. Next neighborhood, don't worry about it. New paragraph. The clouds light up briefly and let out another rumble. Carry on. Okay? No! And okay, the reason why I would do that is because we're now in Mitchell's head with this whole paragraph, and putting the reader in his head primes the reader to expect him to speak. So that's why I would break it up that way. No! The next neighborhood is a ways out. And my house is real close. Period. Or, it doesn't matter, I guess. It's dialogue, so dialogue doesn't have to be entirely grammatically correct. You can use our phone and wait, or call a ride, or whatever. And I suppose you need the U''re. And I suppose you're offering because you're just that sweet. Same you're here. Huh? She levels a calm stare at him. Remember, we're still in present tense. Levels a calm stare at him that creepily reminds him of the look his grandmother gives him when she knows the real reason he volunteered, or when she knew, maybe. Is Grandma dead? In which case I would say, she levels a calm stare at him. And again, this is a big run-on sentence, period. It creepily reminds him of the look his grandmother used to give him, when she knew The real reason he volunteered to clean the ditch out for her was that old man Miller was out, and would call him a good hard-working young man and give him ice cream. And I think it's okay that that's a run-on sentence because we're in the character's head, and sometimes thoughts are like that. They kind of trip over each other a bit. But if you can find a way to break that up a bit, you might want to try it. Okay. Well, yeah, my mom will kill me if I let a girl walk home in the rain, so please help preserve my sorry hide. Cool. She gives him another slightly suspicious look, but says, fine, the storm probably will not last that long, but we'd better get going. New paragraph, this way then. That can be its own paragraph, by the way. Mitchell helps the girl get up and grabs his umbrella before heading down towards his house. Period. Then lightning arcs through the clouds and they both start sprinting. You probably didn't mean to put quotation marks there. Mitchell's house isn't far. A couple of minutes and they are already at his front door. The rain, which is coming down in sheets already, hurries him in getting inside. Hurries him... I guess it's technically correct. You could use a stronger verb there, right? Spurs him along to get inside. Something like that. I don't know. You can write this stuff all as in capitals since it's shouted, but it's not necessary. When you write something in capitals that's shouted like that, you're suggesting that it's done like just with an absolute searing scream and maybe a lot of emotion. So you might want to just make it like regular type. Okay, Mom, I'm home and I brought a guest. New paragraph. In the kitchen, dear, grab some towels and come sit, or actually, no, grab some towels and come sit, period. Carson has been waiting. The towels she was talking about are in the wardrobe by the front door. Orange or green? New paragraph. Green. New paragraph. He tosses the girl a green towel. Okay, the kitchen, apostrophe S there. The kitchen's this way. Again, apostrophe S. What's your name, by the way? I don't think I asked. I'm Mitchell. New paragraph. Call me Aspen. Period. Nice to meet you, Mitchell. Period. Sorry if I was rude earlier. New paragraph. I did kind of run you over. New paragraph. By now they had reached the kitchen you don't need that. By now they had reached the kitchen, period. We assume now that if they've reached the kitchen, they've been walking the whole time that they were talking. You don't need to tell us that they were, right? That's what I was describing before on when I was doing another recent critique about you don't need to describe every step, right? We can infer that they were walking by the fact that they have reached the kitchen now, right? Okay, by now they have reached the kitchen. Period. Carson is on a bar stool at the counter, drinking cocoa. This is off to a good start. I'm interested in the characters. I am totally wondering what the creepy sacrifice scene has to do with this sweet, feels like young people maybe leading to a romance in their first meet cute. Right? It's got a real change of tone between the two scenes. And I'm curious to see how you're going to bring it all together. Perhaps it has something to do with the feather that he picks up. Was I right that you wanted this all in present tense? Because then another option could be, if you're trying to describe this scene as being a very creepy kind of scene at the beginning and sort of dreamlike, it could be a technique to write it in present tense and then change everything in the second part to past tense, the change of point of view, right? I don't know if that's, or the other way around, right? If you want to emphasize that this first part happened before, you could have it in past tense, and then you could have all of this in present tense, the Mitchell's point of view, right? Yeah, I'm curious about how that's going to turn out. All right. So, in the chat, I was bored, says Moonflower. Oh, Hail Hydrate, thank you, Lady Rights. I appreciate you popping in and checking up on me. Dragon Love Water says, oh yeah, I just forgot to add the thingy to make it do it on the published article. It's done in the editor. Okay, that's great. Angst says, have you ever sat and counted how often people use filler words like Dragon Love Water? See, I think I know what Angst is getting at here, and this is helpful, right? Yeah, the space for different speakers, I mean, says Dragon Love Water. Angst says, I literally have double-digit filler words for non-prepared speakers in a 2-minute slot. It's not unusual. Angst does public speaking as a hobby, and you see, right? She studies that. I've considered actually Toastmasters, but I wasn't sure what went on there. I should probably pick your brain about it sometime, Angst, because I would like to learn how to be more effective as a public speaker and maybe stop using right, and all that shit. So, Moonflower says, you really don't want to read how people actually speak, though. I can only imagine the length of that dialogue. And says, I didn't say you should do it. I was just undermining the ridiculous claim. Yes. Get in your word counts if you were sprinting during the sprint, by the way. This is the break time. Don't forget to redeem your word counts. I see that Shy Red Fox is in the house, quietly writing for Kitsune and House Melees. Welcome. Yeah. So, yeah, I wouldn't do it either, writing exactly as people talk, but sometimes it's okay to have grammatically incorrect language and the suggestion of accents in order to give the manner in which a person is talking. It tells you something about them as a character. It tells you things like their education level and how friendly they are and where they're from and stuff like that. And it can be a really neat technique, but do it carefully and don't overemphasize it. Don't try too hard to imitate the way people actually speak in real life, and don't overdo the accent to the point where it's unreadable. Those are some editors will tell you not to do accents at all. Yeah. Angst suggests, Mom, Mitchell yelled, I'm home and I brought a guest. That would also work. On the horizon inside, says Dragon Love Water, part might be your habit from reading old stuff. Probably. Moonflower says maybe it was meant to be talking. Better first draft than a lot of mine. Yeah, it's a great first draft. Excellent. Dragon Love Water says, I honestly don't remember Moonflower. That makes more sense, though. Bob is here. Hello, RPG Dinosaur Bob, leader of House Sauropoda. Welcome. We're on a break, and we're going to do another sprint here in a minute. I was doing a critique as a mercenary payment. Dragon Love Water says, haha, the feather, Sable, the feather. It's an experiment. Cool. Plot-wise, is off to a great start, says Moon. I agree. Moonflower says, I'm intrigued, and I'm normally wary, aka I get scared by children's books. Dragon Love says, I'll have to mess with it. The creepy scene happens before the run-over neighbors scene. Yeah, where is stuff that starts out like that, says Moon. Fair enough. New sprint starts in about 30 seconds. Ah, counter is a role in the Toastmasters meeting. Cool. You can drop by one of our Thursday meetings. It's 9 your time. Oh, that's cool. I might do that then. I guess I can go online now. You guys are meeting in person, so that might be fun. Okay. And there's the Dragon of Productivity. Those of you who are sprinting, get ready to get back to work. Bob says, when you get a chance, please check my submission form from this morning. I added some manually generated info to the end of the doc attachment. Please let me know if it has what you need. Okay, I will check it out. Thank you. Yeah, good work for House Arachnus, offering 238 words for House Lapin. Calgadora, excellent. Siobhan says, I use different accent types for certain characters, but it is so that you can tell who is speaking. Yeah, writing out the accents is one of the reasons I think that Huckleberry Finn aged poorly. Yeah. I can DM you with next meeting's details if you like, or post them in self-promotion. Sure, that makes sense. And Dragon Love Water says, thank you for your insight. Well, you're welcome, and I hope it was helpful to you. This is normally where I would take my first break, gang, so I'm going to run off to do a bio break and see if I can track down some actual non-caffeinated liquid to drink. In the meantime, I will leave the sprint timer running and the screen up, and I will join in when I get back. And that's the end of the sprint. Sorry I was out when people showed up. It turned out to be a longer break than I intended, because I had to shove a piece of pizza in my face. It had to be done. Lighter fuel was required. So what have I missed? Dinosaur Bob correctly points out that rum, vodka, and bourbon do not have caffeine. I do have some ciders that I have seriously been thinking about, but I thought, yeah, I should not drink those on air. And I should not drink more than one at a time, because otherwise I will get drunk and I will not be able to write. I am not one of those sorts that can write drunk and edit sober, as Hemingway said. Yeah. And thank you for the follow, Cloud the Wolf, and welcome. We're on a break between writing sprints for National Novel Writing Month. You're welcome to join in with us if you like. And also, I don't know if you've heard about the Game of Tomes yet, but it is a friendly competition within NaNoWriMo to encourage us to get more word counts by supporting cumulative teams called houses, where the word count accumulates between all members of it. So Dragon Love Water is drinking cocoa, deliberately or guiltily doing nothing. Saruka says time to try to do some writing, I guess, and is obviously advancing the undead horde quite nicely. Yeah, Dragon Love Water says, I guess I have to cook because there's no leftovers. Siobhan says she wasted the sprint by getting coffee and pupper. You know, Ash made me used up 2 of my sprints yesterday by crawling my lap, and it has to be, you know, I gotta pay attention because, you know, he's just started to do that, so. Hello, Dazzle Cat, good to see you. Saruka's got 272 words for the undead horde. There's some for the word stuff going on. Sable thinks she's going to get writing done, but no, she's going to spend all day catching up in chat. No, I won't. I will quit. More pizza. Face pizza is important. I join the stream and hear pizza. So naturally, we have got Cloud's attention. This is great. Aw, I'm sorry, Chris. Cries in fasting upon pizza. Alright, so House Caraptera has claimed Dazzler Cat's words. I know, right? Zippity quick there. I've been lucky a couple times, but not this time. Alright, so I'm gonna really start focusing now and trying to get some serious writing done, because I've had a very slow morning. I had a great day yesterday, though. Cloud has started working on a world to write a book about. Excellent! So you came here through the World Anvil community then, probably. Welcome. Good to see you. Siobhan says, I saw Daz come in and had a prep for when she made her declaration. And Sarukas is like, Siobhan has those tactics down. Yep, mercenaries for the win. Dragon Love Water is also a mercenary. Oh, food feels much better, actually. I'm very glad to have food. Also, I found something that did not have caffeine in it to drink. I found eggnog. Almond milk eggnog. And it was good. Dinosaur Bob says, don't worry, Chris. I snagged Daz's meager word count for Sauropoda and you this morning. Excellent. Because that's how, you know, Daz describes it. Siobhan is desperate, has burned herself out early in Nano. I bet she opens her phone, says Daz. And Chris says, I bet she opened her phone to respond to other messages while her PC has word character already whenever she sees Daz. So Lucas is like, it's okay, you'll all join the horde in the end. Alright, the Dragon Productivity has told us it's time to get back to work, and I'm gonna get to work. Come on, guys, we can do this. I'm feeling a little burnt out too today, but if we're persistent, we can make it happen. So let's do it. Find a thing you love in what you're writing. If you're bored of what you're working on, change a scene. Go to something else. Maybe try, something that's exciting you to write. Do that instead. Nobody says you have to write a book in chronological order. Today. Alright, that's the sprint. If you're writing, how'd you do? Don't forget to fill in those word counts. $2.53 for me. We have $2.59 for Charactera from the Queen of the Night herself. We have, holy crap, $7.81 for the Undead Horde from Sarukas. We could be in some trouble, guys. We have another 93 words for Charactera from Dazzlecat. We have 64 words for Mollusca from Masadi's. We have 265 for Lapin from Mergandor. Yay! Words are hard. Words are hard. I love that emote. Is that yours, Masadi's? That's cool. Alright, what have I missed in the chat? Siobhan says, well, when your house has the longest name, you have to be prepared. That makes sense. Bob says, don't worry, Chris, I snagged... Oh, no, I already read that. Okay. Yeah, take needs, breaks when you need to, everyone, says Chris. Correct. More NaNoWriMo or more missing the boat? Both, says Angstazi. Masadi's flops. I don't want to write today. I can't blame you. But this is where it gets down to the marathon portion, guys. This is it. Right? At this point, everybody's tired of writing. We've been doing nothing but writing. So this is why pacing ourselves is important. It's okay to take a break and take a rest and give yourself a little time to mentally recharge. Writing does require your brain, right? You actually do have to have a fresh brain in order to get things done in writing. However, right, just remember, it's very easy to, lose sight of what you're doing and let the slack it off become persistent. So, try to balance it, right? Know yourself. Take the breaks you need, but, remember that the words don't write themselves, right? This is a time, we're 8 days in. This is often when people start to flag and some people quit. So keep that in mind. Yeah. Dinosaur Bob says, I had a bunch of direct Avis this morning too. Several of Coffee's raiders are following you. But those wascally wabbits are everywhere. Yes! I'm glad to see that my strategy is working. Okay. Siobhan says, well, they do breed like, rabbits. That was my hope. I hoped that I would be able to attract a bunch of people into the house and then they would all raid. So this would be good. Angstaze is totally on the rabbit page, of course. Chrysalius says rabbits are good in multiplying. That is true. Bob says next year I need to pick a mascot that breeds faster than rabbits, but I don't think House Cockroach would have much appeal. Alright, Cal Ghidorah, we'll see you later. Thanks for writing with us for a bit. Yeah, Fruit Fly, says Daz. Quick, I need a name for a bat familiar. Coda, says Siobhan. Of course Siobhan does, because Batty Coda. Yeah. Male bat with a female master. Right? Dragon of Water says next year should be a different theme. Yokai, fairy tale characters, or something like that. We'll see. Danny designed the devices, and it's actually more work to put that stuff together than you might imagine. So, perhaps. Oh, there's the Dragon of Productivity. Ants apparently breed faster than rabbits. We're not wasting on time on reproduction this month, Chrysalia. Well, the rabbits have other ideas. Bees usually breed faster than rabbits, but they had colony collapse disorder this year, unfortunately. I know, boo. No diseases. By the way, great word counts on the last sprint too, guys. And it does not hurt to take a day off, especially if you're ahead in the studies. Yeah, we just got into week 2, which is notoriously the hardest week of Nano. Alright. Back to work for me. That's the end of that sprint. My character may be slipping his fucking lid here at the moment, I'm just saying. Alright, 265 for me. Alright, so what did I miss? Okay, so the word counts that I didn't get last time. 259 for Charactera from Siobhan the Writer. 781 for the Undead Horde from Sarukas. 93 for Charactera from Dazzle Cat. 64 for Mollusca from Masadi's. Oh no, I already did all those. I'm sorry. Okay. Ah, Bren nailed it. Did the words are hard. That's great. 197 words for Cloud the Wolf, none of which are story, just world building still. You can count those in the Game of Tomes if you choose to. Masadi says if I can get 2K words tomorrow, I'm probably going to take tomorrow off. We just got into week. Yeah, I already read that one. Siobhan is urging us that we are not, that she is not tired of writing. That's good to know. 89 for Lapin from Angstaze. It definitely doesn't hurt to take a day off, but my advice is don't take more than 2. Mergendor says the bat familiar in my story is called Bugsbane. I like that. Daz says the MC is about to inspect the suspicious crypt. Dragon Love Water is off. Thanks for joining us. Have fun. I hope that the critique was helpful. To another 473 for the Undead Horde from Sarukas. 111 for Charactera from Dazzle Cat. 69 Puppy Distraction and Change Point of View. So Siobhan the Writer's Charactera words are somewhat reduced compared to her usual standard. That is certainly a true thing based on how well you typically do. 297 for Lapin from Mergendor. Holy crap. 498 for House Arachnus and Lapin. Oh, Kel, I forgot to tell you, but it doesn't matter because I think you've just been writing on my stream so far, right? When you are redeeming House Lapin words in other people's streams, make sure you put your word count and your house name if you would like us to keep track of how many words Arachnus did on its own. So, yeah. 498 is impressive. Good job, man. That's excellent. 252 for House Lapin from Angst. Esong has come to hang out. Good to see you. How are you doing? Angst bribes the puppy to keep up the good work and keep Siobhan busy. No doubt. Maybe we'll catch up. Yeah. No worries, Cal. It's good. No problem. It's just if you want to keep track of that, right? You don't have to. But, you know, if you want to, then we will keep track of it. Mergendor says, I'm afraid to skip a day because I know it'll just be easier to skip the next day, etc. Yes, that is the problem. That is the problem, and it gets out of hand right quick. For the words won't let me take a day off without losing my streak. Well, there's the first thing that I've heard about For the Words. Like, I don't judge. I don't think there's anything bad about For the Words. I'd like to say that. I actually think it's excellent. It inspires people. Many people swear by it. I would just become distracted by all the quests and whatnot, right? And all the, like, for me, it would take my focus away from my story, so I don't think it would work for me, right? Not that I've actually tried it, just what I've looked into, right? But there's something that might actually get me to try it, because if it, you know, pokes me in the ass and makes me work every day, that's not a bad thing. Okay, we have the Dragon of Productivity growling. I'm going to go to a break screen, but keep on writing, guys. I've enabled the sprint timer, and I will keep writing as soon as I get back too. And that's the sprint. I'll stick with the break timer here for a moment on the break screen before going back to the sprint timer. It's just easier. I did nothing on that sprint. I was gone most of it. How'd you guys do? I just want to remind people at this point that persistence here. Oh, 341. Aha, Siobhan is back on the horse. Nice. Yeah, I just want to remind people at this point that, you know, the second week of Nano, the key is more persistence than enormous word counts. If you keep sticking with it, the words will build up. I've really kind of been, like, not together today. My brain is just not engaging as much as I'd like it to, but I've still got 617 words so far. And that was not including the 500 or so I did this morning. And I feel like I'm going really slow, right? For me, anyway. So it's just a matter of keeping at it. Thanks, Masadi's. I appreciate that. All right. We got 154 for Caraptera from Dazzlecat. Good work. We got 276 for Lappin from Mergendor. Awesome. Yeah, this morning I was poking my head in other people's streams and turning word counts here and there. I've got a personal goal this month to try to turn in at least one word count in everybody's stream who's participating. From House Arachnus for House Lappin from Kelgadora. What? Behind the rabbit? It is the rabbit! That's right. I love it. A 25 for Caraptera from Moonflower. Good job. Yeah, remember to stretch, take breaks. The break timer has good advice. Wow, according to my thing here, there's 21 of you here in the chat. It's interesting. I've found, you know, you learn things as you go when you're doing something for the first time. And one thing I've learned is that it seems to me like a lot of people are here just watching for the competition. And that's cool. You know, you're quite welcome to do that. And I think it's fun that you're out there and you're lurking and you're interested in seeing how people are doing and checking it out. That's pretty great. Hello, Nick. Good to see you. Darth Nicholas says, hey, everyone. I'll be done lurking here soon, catching up on morning stuff. I totally hear ya. Yes, the Great Badger himself is in the chat. Darth Nicholas, the leader of House Millies. Siobhan says, I need to catch up to Chris again. Yeah, well, she's got that personal competition going with Chris. To be fair, Chris was, you know, finishing her book. So that tends to drive you. And why is that? Says Chris innocently. Yeah, we don't believe you, Chris. We don't. E-Song says, Twitch cheerleader! That's great. We need more Twitch cheerleaders. That's awesome, and I'm glad you're here. Oh, I don't know. Lol, says Siobhan, which is hilarious. And E-Song is the best cheerleader. I agree with you completely, Daz. Alright, we got 40 seconds before the next sprint, so I am stretching. Go right win, says E-Song. Remember, if you did your 50,000 words, you won. You don't have to have super stuff. Oh geez, just in time for the break to end. Correct, Sap and Stars. The Dragon of Productivity is about to growl at us. We are going back to the sprinting. Good to see you. I am ready to rock and roll. Pickaxe for writer's block, says Calgadora. Have two characters talk about it in a later scene. That's a good point. Good idea. Alright, we're back on it. And I'm back to the work. Alright, that's the sprint, guys. Well, I think I did pretty well on this one. I think I just enjoy torturing my character. $309 for me. All right. Clackety clack makes the, or clickety clackety makes the chat happy, says Chrysalia. That's great. Well, at least it makes me happy. You know, I get a lot of feedback saying that the clickety clack thing does make people happy, and that's why I keep my mic active while I am typing and while I'm doing a sprint, because more people tell me they like it than not. So, yeah, leave it going. Yep, Masadi says typing makes me happy too. I tend to like it as well. So, 122 for House Lappin from Sap and Stars. That's excellent. I need to name an NPC before I continue. Haha. You know what I do when I can't think of a name? I put XX, and then I come back and I fill it in later. But I can suggest some random name generators depending on what kind of culture you're looking for. Other people are willing to help too. Siobhan asks what the gender of the character is. Clickety clackety is one of my favorite sounds, says Esong. I wonder if there's a video of people just people typing away. Search ASMR typing on YouTube and you will probably find it, because that is a thing that people listen to just for the relaxingness of it. So, might help my ADD brain focus, says Esong. Yeah, ASMR is what you are looking for. Check that out. Search that and typing, and I bet you will find it. ASMR stands for Autonomic Meridian Sensory Response, and it is sometimes you get like almost synesthesia type sensations from hearing particular sounds, or things like, you know, people paying personal attention to you or whatever, and I love those videos. I listen to them to relax or try to sleep. So they can also help to focus the brain if your brain is busy. So yeah, good for ADD people. And some people hate them, and some people just don't get it at all. But yeah, it's just an empty slot for an NPC right now, says Sap and Stars. I have a face character for every named location. This one is a distillery. That's cool. House Arachnus turned in 216, and they are getting food. Well, thank you, Calgadora, for contributing to House Lappin. We appreciate your service, and I hope that you feel better after you get something to eat. 53 for Caraptera from Moonflower. Changed your allegiance, did you? Don't think I noticed, did you? No, it's okay, I don't mind. Whatever you want to write for, Moon, is awesome. Yeah, torturing your characters is the joy of writing, says Sap and Stars. That's probably true. 245 words plus bio for Caraptera from Siobhan, the Queen of the Night herself. 169 for the Mercenary for Caraptera, Dazzlecat. Yeah, same here, which is why my mic is live with liking typing. Yeah, you bet. 418 for Lappin from Mergendor. If that qualifies you for the Owsla, I think that's pretty impressive. Sap and Stars says I stick 3 question marks in there. Masadi says 200 words to go before her self-imposed goal of 2,000 words so that she can take a day off. Sap and Stars says that I still have some gens up. I just need like some basic idea to spring into mind before I go back to that. That's legit. The Lady Wright says, I'm laughing at myself right now because I started typing the conversation my characters are having and had to correct parts because they were being drawn from the conversation here. That's hilarious. I've done that. Moonflower says it's a new coloring period. Aren't you supposed to change? Well, you can. You're welcome to. You don't have to, but you can. Quick Discord from Darth when I have a moment. Second part isn't important right now. Now we'll check it out. And Mergador just passed their daily quota. Yay! Alright, we're back, and it's one more sprint before we call this and raid Kahuna. So, maybe make it count, guys. I will quickly look at the Discord here. Alright. Oh, I hear a diggy thing. Oh, Masadi's raided. Thank you for the raid, Masadi's. Welcome, welcome, raiders. Yay, good to see you. Hello, little lady raids. Yes, you caught me just at the end. As I'm sure you know, this is my last sprint. 598 for Molesca. Holy crap. I'm impressed. I'm gonna make use of these 2 minutes because I wanna, you know, I'm on a roll. I'm almost finished the chapter. It was a long and difficult chapter, so... Although there are like 40 people in the chat, makes me tempted to like stay on longer. Can anybody tell me if Kahuna is up, by the way? Because that's usually who I raid at this time of day. He does not appear to be up, does he? Uh-oh. Alright. I'll finish the sprint and then we'll figure it out. That's the end of the sprint. Wow, of course, just as we're supposed to be ending, this is when I finally start get going. I don't know if there's nobody to raid though, I just might well continue on for a bit. We'll see how that goes. Another 293 for me. I'm pretty happy with that. Satora says, God, Red Eyes Dragoon is stupid. Character of yours, I take it? Bergendor passed the daily quota. Yay! Congratulations! Good work! That's excellent! Masadi's asks, if you have the role of godmother, godfather in your society, but they worship a goddess, would that make him a goddess mother? Okay, I can actually answer that as someone who is a witch, a neo-pagan witch, right, who also has family, you know, friends that are family connections with other pagan families. I call my goddaughter my goddess daughter, if that gives you any indication. So yes, I would probably go with that myself. I think so. 269 for Caraptera from Siobhan the Writer. Excellent. The Queen of Bats is working hard. Oh, and another raid. This one from Weirdwin. Hello, Weirdwin. It's good to see you. I hope your writing went well. I see you're doing nano as well. I dropped in briefly on your stream this morning. I hope you've had a good day of writing. Yeah, 356 words for Lappin from Mergendor. Good work. Satoru says, Anakin, Chancellor Palpatine is evil. From my point of view, the Jedi are evil. Stellar dialogue. Oh, that's better. It was like I can't hear anything. Well, yeah, that's because we were sprinting, but that's great. Question, what timer am I using? Asked Kai Brightwing. This timer was made for me by Darth Nicholas. So it's a video, and I just run it. It's a video on a loop. If he's in the chat, and I don't know if he is, you might be able to talk to him about where you can access it. He put a link on the Anvil Streamer Core page, but I'm pretty sure that that page is not accessible to the public, so I don't know for sure. And Masadi said, I can pop my stream back up. I didn't realize we were getting off that soon. I was zoned into my writing. Nah, it's fine. Satoru says, no, it's a Yu-Gi-Oh card. Okay. 330 for Mollusca from the Lady Writes. Good job. Good job. I didn't see that. That's great. Or did I? Yeah. Can't be destroyed by card effects. Can't be targeted by card effects. Negates your card effects and gains 1,000 ATK for every time he uses the effect. Freaking hell, why is this card a thing? I don't know. I don't know anything about Yu-Gi-Oh! My son was really into it, but I was not. Weirdwin says, Whittle weird raid. That's great. Yep, pretty good. A nice start from the vacation. Well, that's excellent. You saw Welcome to Raiders. Darth Nicholas logically says, the Jedi are evil. I may be biased, though. Weirdwin says, though my computer insisted on a restart in the middle. Well, that's a pain in the ass. I hate that when that happens. I would love to know where I could get the video. I don't know whom you're talking to, so I don't know if I can help you, Esau. The Lady Wright says, I was hoping to finish this battle for the words, but since you might be popping off in a few, it seems like a good time to report. Yeah, it does. I'll tell you what. Who else should I look for this evening so I can report and write in their stream? Okay, I'm going to talk through the timer here, so just a second. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to the downtime screen, and we're going to figure out what we're doing. How's that? All right, so let's see. On the schedule tonight. Who is on the schedule? Yeah, Kahuna is not up yet. I could probably run for another hour, but I'll have to put up a break timer and check. You can report during the break timer while I do that. I also have to call the cats in. It's about that time. In an hour, Davina Androwin comes on, and she is a reporting stream. This is the spelling of her channel, if you are not familiar. Right, so twitch.tv/Davina Androwin. She's on for 2 hours. Then there's an hour of nothing, it looks like, unfortunately. So we might put up a sprint lobby at that time. Or we might, well, Basic Dragon is writing. Basic Dragon is doing NaNoWriMo, I believe. So Basic Dragon is where you would go if you want to just kind of, you know, hang out and sprint. If nobody else shows up in that hour, right, which is, okay, currently it is 4:05 Pacific, right? So at 5 Pacific, Davina starts and she goes till 7 Pacific. At 7 to 8, we have Basic Dragon, but no reporting stream. If there's nobody scheduled or goes up for a reporting stream, we will go up at that time, right? And then 7 to 8, okay, yeah, at 8 o'clock Pacific, Coffee Quills comes on for 2 hours. 10 o'clock Pacific, we're back here for Right with Aaron. That'll be my hubby's stream. The Night King will be in the house. And then it looks like after that, Chris is putting up a sprint lobby tonight. NaNoWriMo and Game of Tomes break stream. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, doing some art to relax from the words. There will be writing sprints, but more of a calming stream. So we'll still be a reporting stream, but it will be, she will be working on, or they will be working on something else. So, all right. Oh, Satoru will be streaming from 8 to 11 p.m. Eastern. So that's important. Excellent. Thank you very much, Satoru. If there's just a bunch of, sprint lobbies up, then I'm sure we'll come visit. Right, so the other channels you're looking for are Coffee Quills. Right, then there will be back here, and then Chrysalia. Here is the schedule. The time is displayed in Pacific, or in GMT, so you will have to convert to your time zone from there, but that is where I am finding this information. Okay, it looks like there's nothing happening for an hour, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put up my break timer, but my break timer also has the sprint timer on it. Author Goddess can take the hour before coffee. Okay, so that's what's happening then. Author Goddess is doing the hour before Coffee Quills. So instead, our modified schedule will be, I'll either put up a sprint lobby or keep writing for the next 45, well, a little over 45 minutes. It is now 4 p.m. Pacific, so until 5 p.m. Pacific. Then we'll go over and raid Davina Androwin. Davina will be running for 2 hours, so that will be 5 to 7 p.m. Pacific. Then we will go to Author Goddess from there. I will let Davina know that you're running after her, and you're a reporting stream when we go over to raid, and if other people can remind her as well, maybe they can raid Author Goddess. So from 7 to 8 p.m. Pacific will be at Author Goddess. 8 to 10 p.m. Pacific will be at Coffee Quills. 10 p.m. to midnight Pacific back here for Write with Aaron. And then midnight to 2 a.m., possibly longer, will be over at Chrysalia. Okay, so now that we have a plan, I'll put up that break timer, I'll go call in the cats, and we'll see how it goes here. Just quickly catch up on the chat before I do that. Kahuna has canceled. Boo. Kahuna has been having trouble with his internet at this time of day. It appears to be a real busy time for his area, and he's thinking he's going to have to move his Kahuna Reads program to a different day. I love Kahuna Reads, and I highly recommend you check out Kahuna the Elder if you have not already, because he's a lot of fun, right? But, I guess we're going to have to wait for another day. Siobhan says that she's only at 1547 today, which sounds awesome to me, but, Lady Wright says, I'm typically in bed by then as my stream is very early in the morning. Just need to beat the battle I've got. Fair enough. Well, thank you for coming on over. That's really appreciated. Siobhan is going to take a puppy break, plus they have a dinner guest coming, which is great. Happy writing, everyone. Masadi's is off. See you later. Okay, I'm going to start the next sprint timer here with my Be Right Back window. It is actually a sprint timer. I've turned up the volume on the sprint timer so you will know when it is done and when the Dragon of Productivity summons you back to make him offerings of words. And we're going to get that started. And one way or the other, I'll see you in a minute, and I'll let you know what's going on for the next 45. Hey gang, I'm back with you. I'm going to let the timer run to another goal though, because I'm sitting here in the background and I need time to catch up on chat. Yeah, I'll be here until 5 o'clock my time, so that's about another half an hour. I'm enjoying a bit of an adult beverage because I have nothing else to drink in the house right now, so I don't drink that on camera, so alright. Mergendorf felt crummy and out of it today. Just glad that he got his goal met. I'm gonna go crash now. See y'all later. Happy writing. Well, thanks for joining us, Mergendorf. Dazzlecat has family time again, so they're out too. Yeah, Chrysalia is willing to put up a sprint lobby if Author Goddess doesn't want to fill the hour, but if she does, then they're awesome with that. Moonflower says, I'm trying to work sleep into my schedule, but it seems I'll have to wait until Thursday. I hear you. We were both commiserating about the fact that when you are having severe difficulties with allergies in the morning, it makes it very difficult to get proper sleep. When you lie down, your sinuses fill. When you get up, they drain, so it's kind of a headache that way. Satori says, I knew I should have streamed early in the morning. No, that's just because this Game of Tones thing is going on. Things will change when that's done. DM Stretch is back. Welcome back. Oh, Shire Fox subscribed for another month. So that's awesome. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the support to the channel. How is everyone? Esong says they're tired. She started unpacking today, got the office mainly set up, and we'll tackle the bedroom tomorrow, which is great. And she believes that Chrysalia finished their book today, though, and yes, they did, and I got it on a clip. Yeah, I commiserate with the moving. I hate moving. Author Goddess says, I got a decent nap, and Hubs promised to put me to bed ASAP tonight, so I should be fine for an early morning. Besides, I'm starting to feel the end of book avoidance. Excellent. Okay, so she's on for that hour in between, so that's great. Oh, and the SUV packed it. Needed a new alternator. Oh, that's convenient while you're moving. Yeah. 22 words for the undead horde. Inching along, which is great because if you persist, you will win. And Shy needs to get words done for the day, so raise to the grindstone. Yes, Anya asks, is anyone scheduled after me? Yes, Davina is a reported stream, and Davina Andrelin will be on in 25 minutes approximately. Alright, and Author Goddess is ready to go. So after Davina, who runs for 2 hours, there will be Author Goddess. Where is the streaming calendar? That is a good question. The answer is here. This event for the Game of Tones is organized by the Anvilite Streamer Corps. Not everything on that calendar is a Game of Tones related event, but it should be generally clearly marked which is if you click on them. So the blank spots in the calendar there are going to be filled in by Author Goddess today. Author Goddess is not officially on the Streamer Core calendar yet, but she will be. Neither is Masadi's, by the way, so make sure to check them out too. God, my internet dropped for a bit, says Author Goddess. Yeah, it sounds like you're good to go after Divina, so that would be in 2 hours 20 minutes if you want that slot for an hour there, Author Goddess, and then the morning if you want. Right, the slot between Chris and Siobhan. So awesome. Okay, we got 9 minutes left on this timer. I'm going to get some, 10 minutes about, I'm going to get some work done here. I'm not going to flip the screen until the break timer comes on because I don't want to interrupt the pattern of the sprinting. I think I'm going to put in the words I've just put on now because that way I can flip chapters here. That was a long bloody chapter, wow. I mean, that was a really long chapter. I don't think I can split it up either. Nice work, the lady writes. 362 for Mollusca. Alright, that's the end of that sprint. Lady Wright says she's pretty sure her brain is done for the night. I don't blame you. You've worked very hard today. You've done a good job. You deserve a break. I know you've done your quota. Make sure to put in the word counts, people. I didn't really get anything else. I could have started the next chapter, but I'm kind of thinking about where I'm going to put a particular scene. I wanted to put it at the end of chapter 29, but it isn't going to fit there. I got to think about where I'm going to put it. You know what? It has to go at the end of chapter 30. Chapter 30 is going to be this huge bloody chapter, but... Well, that's why I have scenes. I can rearrange it later, right? I'll stick it there. How are we doing? Shy-Red Fox pats the lady Wrights on the head. Yeah. Amino Remo says, I'm struggling so hard this week. Yeah, you know what? It's pretty normal in week 2. Week 2 is usually a big struggle. Don't be concerned. You're not alone. Everyone is struggling at this time. I'm struggling too. I'm not nearly churning out what I churned out last week, and neither is anybody else. 33 for House Charactera from Moonflower. 262 for Mollusca from Author Goddess. The lady Wright says, usually I write early in the morning, but didn't get started like I should have. I'll be on it tomorrow, though. Yeah, I hear that. I hear that for sure. $4.93 for Mollusca from Amino Remo. And you say you're struggling? You're doing just fine. E-Song says the beauty of manuscripts. Yep, I can move the scenes all around wherever I want. Kelgadora says, had to run her. E-Song says, DM Stretch, I'm stoked, in response to got the one-shot organized. That's great. Kelgadora says, had to run to the market for food, got me some supermarket sushi. I'm jealous, I like sushi. Good night, the lady writes, sleep well. Amina Remo says, I wish it was Nano. I didn't get anything done last week because of a certain news cycle, and now I have to do all the homework and teaching stuff I didn't do last week. Boo! E-Song points out that we are literally halfway. You know what? It was really hard to get anything done with the news cycle last week. I deliberately turned it all off. I turned off Twitter. I turned off most of my Discord. I turned everything off because I just didn't want to know until it was all counted up. There was nothing I could do, so I had to wait. And you know what? It's going to be okay, guys. The lady writes, says, thanks for everything. Well, thank you for everything. You're so supportive, and I really appreciate it. You get some sleep now. Enjoy a rest. Shared Fox put in 99 words for House Melees through Kitsune. Yeah, she had to turn off the news too. Yep, totally did. I turned off Twitter. I turned off everything. I was like, nope, just, you know, tell me when it's over. Moonflower put in 7 more words for Caraptera and finished the paragraph. Excellent work. I should have grabbed more coffee in the break. Haha, but that's okay. We got 10 minutes. DM Stretch says, anyone know what CSS class I need for article blocks in the sidebar panel? I don't. Amino Remo says, I wish I had. Thought it would absorb, didn't think it would absorb me as much as it did, and then I was in the thick of it. I hear ya. And Calvadora says, I was happy to be able to send it in my chat. It's great. Alright, the Dragon of Productivity is growling at us again. We're going to do one more sprint, and then we're going to head over to Davina. Shared Fox says, I still have 300 words yet to go for the day, but I got a new kitchen table for free, so it's worth the scramble now. Fair enough. Calgadora says, my fiance wanted me to keep her in the loop as far as that horror show. Yeah, I hear ya. Whoop, I got the wrong sprint thing up. Just a second. WorldForge sprint. There we go. Alright. I don't really know what I'm doing with the scene, so I'm going to leave it for now. I'm going to make sure I put some asterisks here in my title, so I remind myself that I have to come back to this. I'm going to go to here. Alright, here we go. This is a big moment in my stories. I've been building up to this for literally years. I have to think about it. I don't know which is harder to think about, actually. Oh, hey! Alright, Eureka! That'll work. Woot! Okay, sorry. Sorry, had a moment. Didn't mean to scream in the chat. I have to have one of the characters captured and discovered, and I was trying to figure out how to do it. I was also trying to figure out where to put it and what had to happen, but I wanted it to happen on the home world rather than in space. And I just figured out how to do that. Oh, good for me. Okay. Not what I originally was picturing, but hey, that's how writing works, isn't it? Yes. Make sure I have the right seam here. Might be back in chapter 28 actually. Just a second. that is the last sprint. Alright, total up your last word counts for the sprint, guys, or for the stream. I think I might have to put this all in word counter, because I kind of broke it up. I'll count these words, but not that, because I just moved that so that I had the formatting right. Alright, we'll call that 222 for me. I like the big eye expression from Shy Red Fox. It's funny. Alright, let's see. Put on the downtime screen here. Shy Red Fox can look after the sprint, she says. That's great. Oh, gods the feels, says Author Goddess. I take back what I told Siobhan. What did you tell Siobhan? I'm very curious. 242 from Amina Remo for Mollusca. And Amina Remo is off to get some sleep. Good night. Sleep well. Thanks for writing with me today. You did great. Good work. 136 more Kitsune words for House Millies from Shy Red Fox. The undead horde has been plodding along and doing their work at 262 from the Night King, and I bet that you're probably well over quota for the day and catching up now, am I right? 524 from Mollusca from Author Goddess. Jesus Christ, I've got to get your mercenary services back on my side. Though I was at Author Goddess. Yeah, she kind of is. She's one of those machines. 100 on the nose from Varangia through DM Stretch for Charactera. It's really confusing that different people have different colors for the houses too. Yeah, the background colors are optional. Excuse me, and Twitch doesn't standardize them. Twitch makes the icons on the backgrounds very small. So you kind of have to look and read and look for your icon. Yeah, I hear you that it's confusing. I don't really know any good way to beat it because you have to select it from like a color palette. It's kind of an ass pain. So sorry, I don't see any way that system is going to improve. I told Siobhan more feels, says Author Goddess. No doubt. Moonflower says 0 words to sprint for me, but I bought my friend's winter holidays gift. It's Scrivener. That's excellent. Yay! What a nice gift for your friend. That's really cool. Author Goddess says, and I'm not a machine. I wrote through the break, and I'm at the resolution portion of my plot. Ooh! Because I know what book she's looking on. I'm excited because I'm such a fan of the Runespell series, so bitchin'. 205 Arachnus words for House Lapin from Calcadora. Thank you so much. Yeah, Shy Red Fox says, oh, okay, so the words took over. Yep. Author Goddess says, I matched the background to the standard, or crest. Yeah, that makes sense. Standard's logical word for it, too. Known as a device, a standard, or a crest. That way. There we go. Right, so, yeah, and that makes sense. I tried to find complementary colors that were, you know, similar to the subtle colors in the device, rather than the, like, full colors, so Yep, Moobot reminds you. Yeah, standard is the flag. Yeah, that's right. You're right. Reminder that I am collecting money for NaNoWriMo this month. If you care to donate, Moobot lets you know where you could donate as a link, or any bits donated this month will be given to NaNoWriMo, so that's up to you. Shouted Fox says, I put all my icons on light gray ones so it's easy to see them. That does make sense, and maybe I will do that. DM Stretch asks me, or says, idea for future reference, maybe next year you can use hex code for the color background colors. Yeah, I can, right? And, you know, a suggestion for a nice dark red color, right? And you're right. One thing I've learned is that if you try to tell people how to do things too specifically, they will just not do it. You need to give people a little bit of room to be themselves. So a standard gray might be good. DM Stretch says, if everybody used the same hex codes, they would all be the same. Yeah, that's true. Author Goddess says, yeah, I'm messing up my MC so hard. Maybe worse than in Fluffy Bunny. Wow! She doesn't need that kind of trauma. Wow! Of course, says I, who, you know, I'm all about traumatizing my characters, so, Calgadora says, I was worried that I wasn't going to make par, but you did, so good for you. That's excellent. How are you doing overall at this point? Right, I think this is your first nano, isn't it? Let me know. Moonflower says, my internet connection's being weirdly flaky. Yep. Poor MC, says Shirred Fox. Yep. Author Goddess says she doesn't need it, but she's gonna get it. And book 5 will be even worse. You're terrible. Are you trying to break her? Is that the goal? I'm just saying. Shirred Fox says, I suspect there is an evil laugh there. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Author Goddess is pretty cruel to your character. It sure is, says Calgadora. Well, good for you that you're doing it, and good for you that you're making par. That's awesome. That's awesome because it's hard. 14,480. That is above par by about 100 and some words. So good job. Author Goddess says, I'm a breaker, sweep her up, mix her with glue, make a mural, and break that. You are a cruel, cruel person. I love it. I mean, that makes good conflict and that makes good story, right? Okay, so just a couple of quick announcements before we go. We're about to raid Davina Andreman. She is on for 2 hours and is a reporting stream. When she is done, Basic Dragon will be streaming NaNoWriMo. Author Goddess will be coming in and streaming in a report stream, and I believe she will also be live writing, so go check her out. Right after that, and she's on for an hour. After that, Coffee Quills is on for 2 hours. You're back here after that for Write with Aaron. The Night King will be leading us in sprints this evening. Then after that, there will be a relaxing stream where Chris will be drawing, but Chrysalia will be collecting points for 2 hours. And then for an hour, we're back to Author Goddess. And then Siobhan starts, and we're on the morning routine. So, thank you everyone for joining us. While we were working today in our stream, Darth Nicholas had an opportunity to do up the grand total. So the grand total of words so far is 552,819 as of this morning. Right? We are writing a little slower this week than we were at the first elimination period, but that's okay. That's perfectly normal in Nano. Some people have picked up, other people have tapered off. This is where how you approach a marathon becomes important. Do you do it in sprints and then relax, or do you do it in a steady pace? How do you handle it? Do you start slow and then pick up, or do you start getting ahead of the game and then slow down? Everybody's got their own approach. None of them are wrong as long as they're working for you. Yep, 1,336 word or 13,036 words is par today. Author Goddess says, I may not write too much. I've already got 3.5k today. That is awesome. Galcadora says, I'm hoping to be able to devote the entire day tomorrow for writing. That is excellent. What is happening tomorrow? I will look at the schedule. Tomorrow, I believe we're back for Ask an Old GM from 2 to 5 p.m. Pacific. It is a reporting stream, even though we're talking about game mastering stuff. I think that's right, isn't it? Oh, I'm doing a writing stream tomorrow. Oh! I am scheduled to do a stream at the same time as Darth Nicholas. I should remove that. It looks like there's a big spot open in the afternoon from 2 to 4, so I will, Pacific time. So I will probably screech in there unless somebody else wants to take it. If you'd like to, let me know. Yeah, Stretch has done about 734 words today, which is excellent. Keep at it. Yeah, dear Lucifer, it was fucked last week, says Calcatora. No doubt. COVID alerts at serious here in Massachusetts. We can't even step outside the house without a mask, and we're under curfew. Yikes. There are hot spots in BC that are picking up. There are some places where that is true here as well. Fortunately, not in my particular area, but I'm still not leaving the damn house without a mask because, yeah, I am not insane. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, it is unreal right now. It feels like we're living in all the dystopian apocalypses we warned you about, right? Thanks so much for joining me. We're making it a little better with Nano and writing and hanging out. Is that the one before my stream tomorrow, Sable? Think that was Lorraine's slot, but her computer is in the shop getting fixed. Yeah, that could be. So I'll schedule to fill in, but if somebody else wants to take it, they're welcome to it. Right? Just because. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. We're off. We're gonna raid Davina. Okay, this wasn't the dystopic hellscape I was promised. Yeah, no doubt, eh? Alright, Erin, we'll see you in a few hours. And when you get to Davina's stream, remember to shout, prepare to be boarded, because we are the Sable's privateers. By the time Erin comes on, I'll know what I'm doing tomorrow. Yeah, I was promised dragons, no doubt. And I thought the 40k dystopia was bad. Yeah, I'm going a little insane. And I don't like going out, so it's fun. Okay, but we're having fun now with this. It's getting my mind off of things. My character's life is worse than mine. So I can feel good about myself. Thanks for joining me tonight, guys. It was good. I really enjoyed writing with you. And one way or the other, you know, I will see you again tomorrow. Have a good night.